Hello and good evening. Okay, I'm working on setting this mayhem up. Unfortunately, I get to actually dig around because I've got where I need to find my freaking paintbrushes I like to use. Part of the problem is I'm trying to actually organize the desks. And yes, that's plural. I do not see antiques get destroyed. I will take in an abandoned antique instead of leaving it get destroyed. So yeah, we need to work on that. Yeah, long time no speak. It's been a couple of nights. I've kind of had where the bad luck has gotten worse. So I haven't been posting as much about stuff. On top of that, also, I need to actually have a talk with people on... No, don't try to scam a guy that perpetually lives broke. On purpose! Because you know what? We can't take it with us into the afterlife. So I'm not going to be worried about stockpiling money to be able to get ripped off by people. Instead, I'm just going to do what I do, help other people out with that money instead, because you know what? I don't go out and party, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't do any of that. I don't even computer game as much anymore. I still buy games on occasions. But right now, I've got where both the FDM printers, both K1Cs are... They're kind of not going to... I'm up in the air if I even want to fix them. I'm tired of their tricks. The resin printing actually has where it's slowed back because the fact of I'm down to one container for the wash and cure machine. That backfired majorly on me recently because the fact of now that I don't have a wash and a rinse container, every now and then I'm noticing where I can see possible uncured resin on the surface of the models. And I just can't push that stuff. I can't do it. So right now I've got where I'm up in the air of, do I just get an RL cheapo, or do I put the money off to the side, get the updated wash and cure machine that Cubics recently released. Screw your printers. I'm not using your printers anymore with the prices that you charge with them having the stupid freaking lids. My lid is blown by that crap. Get back to the doors, please. Anywho, enough on that one. Really enough on that one? No. Old broken Shiza, where the heck is my Nexigo? Nexigo! Don't copyright strike me. I said Nexigo, let's go. Yeah. Hey. Nope. You do not need to see that. My apologies. I thought I actually had that pushed forward enough. So, let's... Okay, natural white. I really need to get a better camera. But you know what? This one works good enough. Actually, just dawned on me what I need to do is take and move the small fold-out table I have in front of me instead. Because right now I'm straddling a filing cabinet part of a corner desk. Not wanting for losing on that one. My knee can't go for wood. Okay, and let's do... There we go. Fit to screen. Excellent. So what we're looking at tonight is some miniatures to a print and play game by Ill-Gotten Games' Meat. And in all honesty, I've been curious about it. I haven't tried it yet. It turns out you have to actually roll out character stats and stuff. One thing I recommend is when it comes to game systems like that, to have a pre-made character to give to the people to try out. Yeah, that's the recommendation I have. That is a weird mix-up. I've never seen that mix-up before. Harold Faltermeyer, Lady Gaga, Hans Zimmer, Lorne Both, and One Republic. Okay, we'll give you a listen. I'm not feeling an orchestral mood, but we'll give you a listen. Either way, it is going to get chucked onto the list. Takes a little build up. Takes a little build up to it. Okay, so first off, I do have a lot, as you can see, that needs to be primered still. Because Meat is a different game system. Why? It's not your standard, oh, you have weapons. With Meat, one of the things you do is you're actually stuck in a cabin in a haunted realm, more or less. You have to get rid of a summoning circle, the way it looks, to end a curse so you can go back home. The furniture, even the lamps, are destructible. They turn into scrap. And you can use this scrap to make other resources, especially like barricades, to actually help block off the doors and windows. Because yes, the zombies can actually bust through the doors, windows. And I remember seeing some floor tiles that were busted through, but I haven't looked at the rule set completely. I printed the models out. I've had a lot going on, a lot of different projects kicking into the mind. And I'm just constantly, bouncing back and forth. Not to mention real world stuff is a pain in the rear end as well. But yeah, it's like furniture wise, you got a tiny little lamp. Yeah. Tiny sink. Stove. Radio stand. Fridge. Now this is a block of resin. An old-fashioned TV. Groovy. Poopy. Ew. Toilet? No, nope. No dying on the toilet. Of course, I actually had where I printed out 3 barricades. So with the basic map setup, it actually showed having one of each of the furniture pieces for the most part, except for the lamps, it showed 3. Sinks, it showed 2. There is also a small generic looking chest in there, as well as a bed, a table. Now I've got where I printed these right on the build plate. This little ledge isn't supposed to be there, but to me it actually adds a little bit of character to it, so I'm going to leave it. Actually, I'm just going to be lazy and leave the ledge there on a lot of stuff. The tub. And a couch. Now, I will say this one. This terrain is actually designed, all these little furniture assets, they print support free. Along with some of these models, some of the zombies are designed to actually print support free. So, first up, this one I hadn't expected to see. That doesn't help when it's black on black. Come on. We have a crawler. Crawler that's kind of caked. There's 2 crawler models. There's that one. You're only half a man. Now, one thing I will say is these are designed weirdly, where you can see the muscle sinews. There's no epidermis to them. There's no epidermis to them. As you can see, also, there's no lower jaw. And that looks kind of wicked, where I didn't get block primer in the eyes. Yeah, look at it. I couldn't even tell that. I actually like that. Hello. So, you have those. Then there's one that's a one-of-a-kind to this mayhem. The Gestalt, as it's called. Now this sucker actually has two heads to it. It's kind of got the arms up, the doctor is in pose. Okay. We're getting this song off there because that's... no. There we go. That one will work. That one will work for me. So, gotta enjoy the beat a little. So, the next up, the Hungry Dead. There are a crap load of these. And as you can see, there's actually going to be different genders to them because, yeah. That one's got pecs to them. It looks weird not having, yeah, the lower jaw. I haven't completely decided how I'm going to paint these. The bases I 3D printed with the Creati K1Cs before they self-offlined themselves. We'll put it that way. As you can see, that one is definitely female. If anything, I actually thought it was funny. I had a friend complain of, why are they all masculine and caked? And it's... so the problem is they're all masculine and caked because they don't have any body fat to them. I mean, literally, they look like someone had actually just took them to a taxidermist and whoop. And personally, I love, for as low quality as they are, I love the actual poses. The poses, to me, I keep trying to explain to people that to me, a low quality model can still give high quality results depending on how you paint it. And the pose actually helps sell it. You can actually have a $5,000 3D printer and have the best sculptor out there. But if the pose is just them standing around, that looks boring to me, like a chess piece. Give me a dynamic pose any day. Now, in all honesty, compared to what the friend said, I actually have, where I hate to start with this one, to me that looks like a dad bod belly. I'm not alone. My kindred spirit! Okay, in real life I do feel like a zombie. I regret nothing. So that one's actually just reaching out and trying to touch someone. One thing I wish I would have actually seen is a couple of these kind of running, maybe. But that's also coming from being used to seeing zombicides. Each and every one of their games actually has runners. Basically, they get two actions. They can either move and attack and attack. Or move, move. I'm feeling actually do a maybe mess with a contrast red wash over white to see how these turn out. Okay, so that one, yeah, kind of cool pose. Now some of these will look off compared to the others because I did actually take and print some of them out in clear resin on my 1 Photon Ultra. Because I was trying to go through that up until recently I started digging through. There's one project where they actually de-pieced some old 1920s style cars. And you can actually print out the windows and the headlight lenses. You print them out separately. To which, okay, I could actually print those out in clear resin then at that point. I just haven't messed with that. I kind of blade messing with it, but at the same time, I'm not really a fan of that clear resin as much because one thing I noticed is I don't have the settings dialed in. They're not turning out right to me. It's like this one, it's literally just standing around. But dude has some demon back going on. Okay, it's actually a... Yeah, no, we're going to have fun dry brushing that back. He definitely didn't skip... Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so this one actually does have a shambling pose to it. I think that's why it's actually marked as the shamblers. Now, unfortunately, these little marks, yeah, those are from the, well, I said clear resin. Those actually are where the supports were, and I didn't... Unfortunately, I didn't notice those. I didn't notice those before I primered it. But what we're going to do is we're going to be cheating and we're going to work around that. Because what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and paint it as is. But have it look more like there's actually a protrusion coming out of the body, basically. Or if there's a pucker mark, we're going to work with that instead of me following it down. Basically as if someone had already actually shot the zombie. Something different. So, what's going to happen is tonight, these models that aren't primered, I'm going to be primering those off stream. That way tonight we can work with actually painting the models on stream. One thing about it, I showed the shamblers, I showed the crawlers, I showed the gestalts. He does have one investigator model in there. Now this is an open model game system and you can actually find his MyMiniFactory profile actually has a standalone option where you can get just the PDFs to play for $5. And I can say this one, with that PDF option, what happens is it doesn't just give you the rules that print on the front and back of one page. Now, there are expanded rules, because it's actually a co-op, a solo, or competitive. But at max, you need 3 pages for all the rules, and 1 page to print out the board game, because the actual cottage fits on just 1 sheet of paper. Then he actually has standees included that you print out for all of the furniture, the zombies, and the investigator. Actually, he has several investigator models in there, but you only get the one investigator model with his project. I've got where I hadn't contacted him about the others, if he actually sculpted the others. Part of my problem is I back too many freaking STL Kickstarter projects, and I don't... The library is blimped out. I'm working on that library. I am really working on trying to organize that library, but this one time I need to make a tower just to hold all of the files at this rate. Mistakes have been made. In all honesty, I actually have where I typically back at the merchant tier, but it's not just to, oh, I want to be able to sell the 3D prints. It's actually so I can pitch more to the sculptors. And if I go to actually print out the models, I can sell them. That's going to be changing, though, because, yes, I've had several sculptors asking me if I sell those 3D prints anyplace, and I'm looking at a Shopify. In March, I'm going to be starting to work with one. I'm waiting until March 1st to set one up. And little by little, as these models test print and succeed, I want to actually add them to it. But they're going to be print on demand. And I'm only going to be shipping to the US. I don't want to deal with international shipping. Part of that problem also is I'm waiting to see what's happening actually with MyMiniFactory's acquisition of Thingiverse. Because in all honesty, Thingiverse, if I remember right, was initially made by MakerBot. And MakerBot, it was an overpriced 3D printer that really, even their filament was actually overpriced. It wasn't worth it. If anything, I actually had where their actual filament ruined one of my 3D printers because I actually had a foreign object in it. It was like it was a piece of ABS filament. But that temperature setting being off where it was supposed to be PLA, yeah, that just clogged up the blasted thing, and the melted filament came out the top of the tube. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Interesting to see, though. Sorry. Is that it? Tooth bugging me a little. Okay, so I've been yammering all this time. Showed off the models. Yeah, I still haven't actually cleaned this mayhem off to start painting. Let alone found my brushes. Okay. Snapware. These containers are a handy size. Okay, yeah, I see where the mistake was made. Too many options. So I think I chucked them in here. But in all honesty, my dumb rear end, Yeah. They're not in here. The ones I'm using aren't in here. Back to the abyss. Ha-ha! Jackpot! Whoop. Still too many options, but the ones I normally use have been located. Keep you off to the side. This would be a good one for extra coverage. You can stay out. That one can stay out. So what we're going to do is actually hit the ones that we have the least amount first. We're going to hit the Gestalt, because there's only one pose of it. I'm personally hoping that he adds to it. And I found a random gangster model I forgot I had. Well, it's not I forgot I had, but I don't know how I ended up in the paint containers. Yeah, long story short, my desk is actually an apocalyptic war zone between eldritch horror, cyberpunk, fantasy, sci-fi, and modern. Okay, this chair shouldn't be scrooching that much. It's literally only like a year and a half old. But then it was a Big Lots special. It was actually whenever Big Lots was closing out, so yeah. Okay, and I didn't expect the fridge and couch to have that much weight to them. To the point where you can hear them hit the glass to the corner desk. So we're going to do the Gestalt first. The Gestalt, then the crawlers. The furniture assets, yeah, the chest and the barricade, since they're already primered, they're just going to be a two-tone brown. I still say I actually like the way this sucker looks. I like the way they all look, but yeah. I'm actually easy to please, and he's got a demon back to him also. It's weird though, because it's got a crapload of muscle wrapping around the spinal cord, kind of like, you know, there's like a bug infestation, a massive bug just latched onto the spine, controlling it. You need to keep that one in mind for something. Yeah, my mind wanders too much, you all know that by now. Okay, so starting out, there is some weird texturing to the base, by the way, thanks to just printing right on the textured build plate with the Creality K1C. I'm going to be experimenting with that later on and see if we can't just do like some white shag carpeting underneath their feet and then have red all on it, like, yeah, they're just trailing blood around. Look, it's going to be a bloody good time. And am I too far to the left or too far to the... Yep, turn that light off. Crap. That's Nothing like accidentally flashbanging yourself. So, we're going to be doing the experiment using white scar on it first. We're going to go the brightest as possible. And yeah, it's got a lot solidified in there, but it's still paint that was able to be shaken up. I could have swore I've got contrast. Yep. We're going to check out, see how it works with contrast Flush Terrors Red. I don't know how well this stuff is going to be, because I haven't used this Mayhem. Long story short, I'm not a fan of speed paints. I'm not a fan of contrast paint, because it goes back to an actual painting method that was done decades ago, where they literally just took the model and dipped it in a thing of ink. But you know what? I can't fault it, because it was a different style of... It was an actual easier way to paint your models. And if it worked for them, hey, don't knock it. Don't knock it till you try it. I tried it. That's why I can knock it, because it didn't work for me. But that just means I was doing something wrong, because if it was working for them and it's not working for me, that means I'm messing up somewhere. That also means I don't need to rain on their parade. So I'm also going with just your base white. I'm going to put this on as thick as possible, because the fact of our muscle sinews do have a lot of white to them. If you see the white, it ain't right. You've actually gone too far. You've injured your body way more than you should have. Been there. Not fun. Actually, if anything, I can tell you this one. If you fought the antibacterial soap burned on wounds, yeah, no, once you get it on that, that is not a good move at all. Now, as many zombies as I have in this Mayhem, I'm hoping this is actually a faster method. Because I started actually digging through all of the Eldritch Horror projects I have access to. And I've got Eldritch Horror models by Davey Miniatures, Eldritch Horror models from Cosmondo. Ill-Gotten Games had a couple. He actually didn't have just meat. He also had some others as well, if I remember right. Now he had some cultists. So we have to actually get, there we go. And yes, I cleaned out the water recently. Every now and then I do get lectured on that one, but it's one of those of, you know what, no, it's fine. It works. It's fine. Crap happens. I've moved on. Why haven't you? Sorry. So, white scar complete. Flesh Tear is right about to go on. I'm willing to bet I'm gonna mess this up. I'm gonna mess it up. But this is why I started with a zombie. Because I keep trying to explain to people that the perfect test painting subject is a zombie. Because if you mess it up, you just dirty up even more. It's not meant to be clean. Zombies aren't gonna clean themselves like cats. Ugh. Why haven't they ever done a cat zombie? Those things would be able to climb and go after... Never mind. Never mind. We don't need cat zombies. Nope. Nope. You heard nothing? Okay. So I've got to definitely be doing something wrong with this. I don't think I am, actually. It looks like it's turned out to me. Okay. So, that thing... I can say even just doing that speed painting bit looks wicked. I just noticed... Testing one way. Okay, so as good as it did at the moment, we're going to wait on that to dry. I like the results that we've gotten so far, because that looks wicked. But what we're going to do is we're going to be going back and we're going to hit the skulls with bleach bone. And then do a dry brush of Scar White over top of that. And what I'm wanting to do is take and I'm feeling maybe do a glowing green from the sockets. Nah, because then we're back to the Christmas pun again. Kind of like the Marvel the Martian bots that I tried to do. It just screams Christmas horror then at that point in time to me. So we'll take and do yellow. Because if I remember right, I've recently got some bright yellow. But I like that result so far. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave that as is. We're going to take and get a brighter red to dry brush over it. I'm feeling like I wish I actually had a brighter red contrast than that. But that looks like the only contrast red that I have is Flushed Air's red. Now, insult to injury, I got paints recently. And apparently I've misplaced them. Yeah, this is a scuff stream like always. If it wasn't a scuff stream with me, hey guys, I'd need to go to the hospital because, yeah, no. Okay. Evil Sun Scarlet, that's not my brightest red. That's a pink. I really could have swore I had a brighter red than Evil Sun Scarlet here. I could have swore I actually had Wild Rider red. Jackpot. So I wasn't kidding myself. I did actually have it. I just didn't notice it. Okay. So that doesn't work with that. That sucks. So I need bleached bone. Or excuse me, Karak stone. Okay, the problem is they keep on actually renaming their paints. Especially when, say, for instance, they don't have where they want to trademark the name. Yep, that's not gonna work. Give me my money back. Nine. Well, the heck with you too. Okay, so that'll get replaced on Saturday. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. It used to be called bleached bone. Although, okay, excuse me. Tarkstone is a different one. Because it's now called Ushabti bone instead of bleached bone. Houston, we have a winner. Sorry. So the skulls we're going to actually do... And that was my ankle. Now, we're not leaving these actually a complete skull white. Because what we're going to do is we're going to actually hit them with a wash of Carisburg Crimson. Afterwards. Because the thing is, these actually aren't just a straight skull. Because you can tell by the stretching here that there's still flesh to it. So I'm hoping that by doing the dry brush of the white and then doing the Carisburg Crimson over it, that it'll actually have like, it'll show a slight thing of flesh over it. I just realized I noticed what's missing. My miniature paint palette. Where did I put you? Okay, yeah, I'm literally... I have no clue where I put that. I literally just... Yeah, I just realized I actually misplaced that. You know what? We improvise. Turn a Monster Apocalypse base upside down. That's the paint palette. Made for you. Made for you. For you. In all honesty, I'm not a fan of actually. This is why we chose to actually paint the zombie first. Looking at the thing more and more, focusing on it, it's got where. At first it looked cool to me, but I think it might be better if I did a dry brush of the white over that now. Excuse me. It might also be the fact that I don't know how long this contrast is sat around to the point where it might be more like a sludge than an ink. I know what I need to start doing. I need to actually mark these from now on when I buy them. I don't know why I never thought about that by now. I've been buying Citadel paints since like 2004. 22 years later, it finally dawned on me I need to actually mark when I buy the paint. Nope, you learn things with age. C'est la vie. That happens. I'm over it. Wrong one. So, how to torture this one. Why? Because I like the width of the tip. Okay, that drew it back to what I want. That's working a lot better now. I just have to raid a hobby shop tomorrow to get the to get new white scar, to get new caxstone. So yeah, it's all right. Jackpot. Give me some of that fresh paint. Thank you. So yeah, I already know I'm going to have people actually, well, why'd you do that? Because I started with a base black primer, then went to white, then went to using the contrast, then went back to dry brushing the white over the contrast. But in all honesty, sometimes you gotta sloppy paint to actually figure what you want to do. And doing it this way, those details show up better. So the bleached bone, in all honesty, for the skulls is a base. And then the dry brush of the skull white doesn't really contrast much, but you can see it there some. And un momento, I've got to see who's blowing up my blasted phone. Okay, bugger off, bugger off, bugger off. Nah. Keep trying to explain to people if it's not an emergency, say the V. And no, it wasn't people actually messaging me. It was actually just random notifications. Yeah, people posting and so on. And it's, yeah, guys. Alright, no. We're fine as is. Think about it, I do have this Blood for the Blood God that I never use. I think I get this when it came out, which means it's going to be Victor Hankenbeck. Oh yeah, 080322. So August 3rd, 2022 is when it was manufactured. It might be fine. Ooh. I've never even actually broke its seals. They're still intact. Yeah, no, I'm not the type to try and con someone for a refund. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I know it's called Blood for the Blood God, but yeah, Twitch, it's just paint. It's just paint. Ooh. It's just slowly oozing paint. I don't know if that's supposed to be like that. Nor do I plan on looking up, because I'm just going to use it. Okay, let's check out that box for a sacrificial brush. Yeah, free. I don't see a 2. But I found a 1. After thinking about it, I know where these came from. Before my mom passed, I actually got her a thing of brushes and some small ceramic animals to paint because she used to like to do ceramics when I was a kid. But she never opened up the brushes. She just went a bad way. I actually hate to say on that one. So we're just going to actually do a little touch up on the arm and see what this does. And it's actually getting good distance. Oh, I see what it does. So you can get some nice globbing going on with it. Some nice build up. It blobs up like you would expect that to. You gotta put it on the feet also. I'm going to drag it along the feet like I've been walking in it. Now about that Kurzberg Crimson, let's check that out. No Christmas in February. Yeah, I'm not even adding that to... Don't get me wrong, it sounded good, but no. Not outside of Christmas time. Don't get me wrong, I love Christmas. Just not 365 days a year. It's an older one. Curiosity got me. Ironically enough, I think that one came from that set also, although... No, because that one's just marked 1. It doesn't have the China mark on it. And on top of that, this has better coverage, where this one you can see the wood grain too. So I have no clue where I got this one from. It might have been from a different set though, because I could have swore I got those from Big Lots. Actually, thinking of it, that is way too big of a brush. Okay, Pinky, I think I have a winner. So yeah, it looks to me like I need to do that after I'll do it in that order. Because I can actually handle that. So next up, we want to do the eyes. The skulls, I think I wouldn't have done the skull white. I think I would have actually stopped that at the bleach bone. But I'm actually fine with that pinkish look to it. Because if anything, to me, doing it this way, it still shows out the muscle sinews. It's got to get a bit of the blood to it. Yeah, the skulls... Yeah, I'm not sold on them on that one. I think I would have actually done bleach bone to them, so... No, I see. The Carlsberg Crimson is more like a blasted purple to me. No, and in yellow is definitely not it. Could have swore I had another like red shade. Actually, think about it. I could have swore Reichland Flush Shade was like a red shade. Cassandra yellow. Mother Cassandra was gorgeous. Don't tell her that. It might get to her head, though. Okay. So the brightest white I think I have here is Phalanx yellow. Or excuse me, brightest yellow, not brightest white. So with this one, what I need to do is I want to do some white in the eye itself. Then dry brush some of the Phalanx yellow over that and around the socket. But before we do that, we're going to actually hit around the socket on the exterior with a little bit of Flash Gets Yellow, since it's actually a darker yellow. I only have the two yellows, although we might backpedal to an orange. We'll try this first. You know what? I think we need to do the yellow emanating from the mouth as well. No. So this is what I was talking about whenever I mentioned about sloppy painting. Because we were just going to backpedal that white with Shabti Bone. This is where monsters that you have to paint, models you have to paint in bulk, come in handy, especially zombies. Because zombies aren't clean, they're dirty. Okay, the Rodan version can stay. Never heard this one before either, but I already like Beautiful Colors as is. They hit the mark with that one to me. Okay. So yeah, I still have that out. So what we're going to be doing is actually touching up that yellow around it. Doing the issue up the bone to get rid of the overage of the yellow we did. I'm probably messing this up, but Draw and error. I still have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 walkers and 2 crawlers to paint anyways. So we can actually fine tune this. It's gotta be the good life. It's gotta be the good life, good life. Evening, Empress. I see you lurking. What's lurking, kid? Although, or is it, what's lurking, good lurking? Nah. Don't mind me. Just painting some zombie models. Try and actually get it down packed, figure out how I want to paint it. Life's gotta be the good life. It's gotta be the good life. Good life. What it is, it's essentially screaming for a better painter because I suck. At least doing this. This is an experiment paint. And they're about to hear paint bottle ASMR. Jackpot. Paintbrush acquired. Precise detail is about to get ruined. Okay. Before I even get a chance to hear any channel points. I'm just gonna queue up my own hydrate. And
hydrate, you fool!
I mean,
Get up and stretch. Stretch.
don't stretch too much. Oh, that's nasty. My apologies. Now you get to actually see a nasty floor. Huh, the Superman lovers. I think I'm going to end up having every version of Starlight on that favorite list. You know what? Let's add a little exercise to that stretch. Haven't done my 50 reps today. Six. 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 38, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. 50. You know what? Let's give 55. We're gonna up that number finally. They're only 10-pounders. What I keep trying to explain to people is you don't need to go to the gym. Even something as light as a 10-pounder, when you add reps to that, it then becomes more than just strength gaining. It works the cardio as well. Yeah, it's doing this job good. Although the arms leave me know that I probably shouldn't have upped that. It had to be done eventually. Yeah, talk about feeling the burn without actually having to deal with Bernie. Oh. No matter how strong we make ourselves, in the end it doesn't matter. Because unfortunately the time's going to come when you can't use that strength yourself. And on top of that, we're also going to have the issue where those that we'd want to use this string for, eventually it's not going to help either. However, you can use that string to still help people. We may be human beings. The real question is, what are we being? Okay. And that was what it needed to me. Houston, we have a winner. So that I actually like. I wish I could actually do something more with the eyes. But as small as the eye sockets are, the problem is it's not going to turn out in the end. So you know what? We're going to do the base experiment with it. But before that, need Agrex Earthshade. Phonian Camo Shade, Phonian Camo Shade, Shotgun with Nightshade, Nolan Oil. Okay, we'll refill that bottle later. I like to hang on to the short bottles of the shade because they fit in the Snapware containers better. There's me. Turns are with me. Okay. So now once that dries, we'll dry brush Shop Debone over it. And that should keep all of those crevices shown better. Once I want to Yeah, I can't believe so far I've actually wasted an hour and a half on one freaking zombie. But that's also one zombie dialing the pain in. That's the catch-22. So, now that we've got the rhythm figured out how we want to do it, there's the trick. We just got to memorize that now. Go that way. You do not need to show the face. Bad camera. I wanna die with you. Okay. So as said, with this base, since it's got that texturing on top, the objective is going to be to take and abuse that texturing and we're going to touch that with Scar White, then Neon Oil, because this is actually a primer for airbrushes. I just like to use it as a brush-on primer. Especially because if you leave it get on thick enough, it will hide layer lines pretty good to 3D prints. I want to live with you. I love how they changed that song at the end. Okay, so once that dries, then we're going to take and do the dry brush of the Skull White, or excuse me, the White Scar.
Bless you, Games Workshop.
It used to be Skull White. They changed it to White Scar eventually. I don't know why. It's like in all honesty, the name Ultramarines, they should have never been able to put a trademark on, because Ultramarine has actually been a shade of blue for over 1,000 years, if I remember right. Figure before all of it goes bad, we'll actually abuse some of that. No, this stuff doesn't take long to dry typically. Funny thing is, when I'm talking, it won't surprise me if it's dry already on the Gestalt base. Okay, so it still has some wet, because if anything, I just got some of it on my fingertip. Nope, you don't need to see my fingertip. However, the head is ready for its dry brushing of Ushabti bone. Okay. Okay, up into 55 reps. Definitely put some pull in the arm. But I keep telling people, you don't need to go to the gym. That's only from 10 pounders. That's not from anything more. It's like I've got one 25 pound and one 20 pound weight, but since I don't have a matching set, I don't go my way to use them. Swear I lived. I didn't know. I didn't know. So this is what I try to explain to people. If you use a color, then use a wash on it, you can go back and use that color as a highlight for it. That's literally just Ushapti Bone, Agrex Surf Shade, and Ushapti Bone dry brushed over it. Now this camera isn't the best, so it's not going to actually show that out the best either. But what I find funny is you can't see the layer lines on the model. I can pick them out if I turn it at the right angle, but I really have to look for them. I can especially see them like on the arm. You can see them when you actually zoom in a lot closer. But from a distance, you're not going to see that all that easily. And that's the advantage of miniature wargaming. This also would have helped if I would have actually done like multiple colors of, or not multiple, but multiple layers of primer. That would have filled in those layer lines more. I didn't do it though. Okay. So that should definitely have the primer actually have enough time to dry. So that's the advantage that actually shaking up and down. Okay, so doing white to the base. Welcome, Raiders. The streamer slash twit will be with you shortly.
I heard that.
Of course you did. You heard me
Chat,
mumbling.
holy
You didn't
crap.
hear a
Evening,
whole group
Latina.
of people show up.
Did not expect that one. Evening, Raiders. Warjack's Workshop. I'm actually at where tonight I'm messing with painting up some zombies from a miniatures board game that's print and play called Meat by Ill Gotten Games. This thing's actually called their Gestalt. And in all honesty, it took a lot to actually figure out how I want to paint this because they are actually weird where they have no epidermis to them. It's got all the muscle sinews showing. I don't know if any of you are familiar with me or not, but long story short, I do a whole lot of random. It's typically 3D printing, miniatures painting, once a blue moon gaming. Yes, I'm finally painting the thing. And yes, I'm contemplating... Okay. I might print a set for you. I haven't decided on that one. But right now I've got an issue with the 3D printers again. My luck is still kicking. My only thing is, with this thing, I'm trying to actually do it like it's a carpeting on it, or like it's carpeting below it. I'm just going to leave it at that, though, because in all honesty, it's time to bloody that floor. I mean, these things, I don't expect them to be clean looking. So finally done with Minecraft for the day, huh? Now see, Kerma's with you. Ah, bad automod. Bad automod. If anything, I'll permit that one considering the fact of, hey, it's not like that's actually any worse than what's on TV normally. And yeah, no, I still don't actually have any freaking mods to this to the point where, yeah, I haven't even decided on mods. Because I just stream at random. Although I'm kind of surprised I actually got the blasted raid alert sound right. That I didn't expect to work. Okay. So now we're going to get back to that blood for the blood god. We've actually put that all over the base around its legs. and trailing off from the foot. Well, the feet. This thing has, compared to the one crawler, it's got both its legs. The crawler's different story. So considering you like to actually do nails, you do fine details, Latina, what do you think on the eyes to try and draw that back? I decided to try and do a more or less like a glowing yellow. But yeah, to me that's kind of meh. I'm actually not sold on the colors also. It looks better than the initial test I did. Because initially it was actually that same red all over. And this stuff globs on extra thick. Literally like blood droplets. So we're going to actually go all around the feet. Thinking about it, I didn't do that right on the arms because it should be going down more. There we go. Tie it in. Yeah, I'm not sold completely on the just straight white for that. Something else they do for carpeting. I have to admit, land ordering work, I wouldn't use straight white for carpeting myself anyways. I even had that one. It might be a better option. More gust bum. Ah, evening, Allie. Oh, holy crap, she finally shows up after all. Huh, I do have the crew. Didn't expect that one. By the way, if the music's too loud, let me know. Because believe it or not, the level you're hearing it. Okay. My apologies. Okay, that'd explain it on that one. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't sell your chat. I planned on going live to do this tonight because I've been showing these models off to Latina for a while. I just never did anything with painting them. And decided finally, hey, it's time to slap some paint on them. For you. So I'm going to end up actually having to hit this again with Blood for the Blood God, but c'est la vie. Because in all honesty, that white with black just doesn't stand out good to me. What doesn't help also is I'm looking now I used to do things where I'd actually paint the highlights and stuff from where the object light source would be. This paint dries extremely fast, so there's a workout. Okay, where'd I put Big Val? Big Val. XF shade, I need you. So that's a brighter bone shade, or bone coloring. Nope, too soon. We can work around this though. What's going to happen is I'm just going to do a dry brush of that same bone shade over top of the wash when it dries. Somebody said you love someone. What I do, yeah. Somebody's I lose somebody. Certain that you love someone. I lose somebody. Ah, we got Ken here as well. Evening, man. How's it going? Okay. So what do you think about the coloring so far? I've been teasing Latian with these zombies for a while now. I just never actually messed with painting them because I've been doing a crap load of other things. No, I couldn't rock around my brain of how to paint a zombie that doesn't have an epidermis. It just has the muscle sinews shown. Let alone this one having two skulls, and none of them have a... They're all missing their lower jaws. Yeah. I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. It seems like you're always going to be bouncing around. But in all honesty, it's cool to see your rave videos. Oh, this one I find wicked. I had one that had a mishap, but it looks like a cool mishap. I don't know how it got it, but it's got a small hole in its skull. Thank you, man. This one's literally just a mashup trying to figure out, hey, how do I want to do this? Because I've never seen a zombie like that before at all in horror movies, anime, anything. So it's one of those of, how the heck would you do that? Now, the worst part is that's actually taken me like 2.5 hours now. It's only a zombie. They're not supposed to be clean. They're supposed to be dirty. Thank you. Ay, caramba. I do plan on all the blood I'm going to be glossy coating, as well as around the eye sockets. But the rest of it's going to be a matte varnish. That includes on the base on where it's carpeting. That red that I just trailed behind, that's going to get glossy coated instead. That way it'll show out for what it is. Although, thinking about it, I guess these zombies are a diet routine because they can't eat anything without an actual lower jaw. Huh. Explains why they're just a mass of muscle instead. They don't eat, I guess. Okay. Nope, still tacky. Thought so. Okay, I can see it being tacky better with the blasted camera than I can. I'm waiting on that to actually dry. But while I wait on that to dry, I can actually primer a couple of our bases. Because these have something weird where most zombie games don't have them, but they've got crawler zombies. Mind the cake. Something ate half its cake. But it's like this one... Yeah, it's just missing its lower half in general. I haven't messed with showing off this game yet because in all honesty you actually have to roll for your stat lines like an RPG. I've been after the creator why he didn't have pre-made characters. That's one thing I keep on telling people. When you have a game, have pre-made characters because people, if you're going to want to demo it, number one, you're going to want a balanced character. My dice rolling sucks. So yeah, me playing this game, it's going to be interesting right off the bat. I'm going to be fighting for my life with just my stat line alone. But I wouldn't have it any other way. A hard mode is a fun mode. I actually use an airbrush primer as a brush on primer. To me it gets in better in there. Felt like One Republic tonight. Not rock. No, they don't have a fast beat all the time. Not a fan of their orchestral ones. I listen to a variety. Well, they're thinking about it, it's actually contemplating green on the eyes instead of the yellow. So where's the road trip to this time? Actually, you branching out or down to Texas? I remember when my brother was in high school, there was actually like a rave place in Martinsburg in West Virginia, but they closed down like 20 years ago. Somehow, thanks to the mayhem I had in the past, I actually cleaned out the lungs to the point where, yeah, when I had that mayhem pop up in November, they checked my lungs and even my lungs shone clear. Even though I'd been around smokers most of my life. So trying to figure out how that one happened. Excuse me. Been told. Right now. So what y'all don't see me doing on camera, rep, wrong color, is I actually like to sit here, wipe the brush off to the point where you don't see that much paint on the towel at all. That's how you dry brush. Because as you can see, it's still actually kicking it up. I mean, it seems like I'm wasting a lot of paint doing it that way, but you get results. So let's put it right now. I think we're going to leave the back like that. The light's actually emanating in front of him that way. Do a contrast of light and dark that way. We're going to head around the sides of that base again though. This time with the actual black paint. Right now, worry about it right now. Worried about it. Hang it from the side makes it so you won't get as much on the top that way. There's a lot of people that use blue tack. I'd never use blue tack though. I'm not painting these things to be in some type of a painting contest anyways. Okay. Brain fart. Okay. Storm Shield. Gloss Varnish. Jackpot and Jackpot. You know, look at those eyes. That looks too much Ninja Turtle to me. Yeah, I'm gonna actually look this up. I'm curious. Okay. Yeah, not winning for losing. No, we already experimented with one thing tonight. Got this Mayhem. Look up Hex-Ray Flame and check see how that works out. So it looks like white as a base. If anyone heard that, my apologies. I don't want to see that. I just want to see the base. Okay. So yeah, I need to backtrack it to a white. We're going to try this Mayhem. Already bought it, might as well use it. I swear there's like 5 or 6 versions of this song out there. Oh, we're going to kill him out. So we're going to see how this does instead. All the areas I had as yellow, those are going to be backtracked with white. Use. Okay, so looking at this stuff is actually a type that you just brush right over top of white, kind of like a contrast paint. So you can, I don't wanna wait. It's cool to hear they have different versions of this song, but at the same time, I don't feel like hearing the same song 5 times in 1 hour. Right. Okay, that looks much better to me. Yeah, come on, you freaking... I wonder if it's actually... Yeah, there we go. Old broken Shiza was just messing up. Okay. Now, worst part is... I got this stuff when it came out. In 2020, I never used it. At least that paint's been worthwhile, apparently. Okay. So now to start sealing the paint. Sacrificial brush. You'll do. I hang on to brushes that have gone bad just for this specific reason. Because unfortunately, this will splay the bristles to a brush easily. The easiest way to clean it out is a painting around. And that's actually by getting some steaming hot water, or not steaming hot, but boiling hot water, and submerging it. It's too late. It's too late to apologize. You. Okay. So now we'd actually need to hit the body up with... Actually thinking about it, considering it's just skin, I guess I should probably just do the whole body and nothing but a glossy coat. But at the same time, I'd rather the blood show out more. Although I hate to say it, I need to look that stuff up now because I think that's not... That's looking glossy. Okay, technical storm shield. I'm wondering if they didn't actually change their glossy to that. Okay, so according to this, it's not supposed to be shiny like that. So I think it went bad. That's what I get for using theirs instead of the ones I normally use. Found what I normally use. So we're just going to put it on top of the other one. Let's see if that dulls it. It should. Yeah, actually it is. Okay, this is working out better than the Games Workshop stuff. Because it's actually dropping that shine back where I didn't want it to shine. Okay. It's also taking that tacky film off. So I'm wondering about that other stuff might have actually just gone bad. Okay. So now we need the actual...
Oh, that was the ankle. Glossy varnish. Yep, that's the pick-me-up I need. Good tea.
Okay, and yeah, that... The Army Painter Anti-Shine did a lot better. Because you can't see the shine as much now. Well, the shine from the glossy coating. We're going to go back to that blood to the blood god. And hit around the feet some more on the front. Because apparently I actually overkilled on that one. And personally, the way this stuff works, I'm trying to actually layer it up good enough to the point where it globs up more. Because even though these things don't have their lower jaw, I can still see them ripping apart at their prey. Okay, so I may have had fun and going overkill. It's a zombie. More blood. Okay, so at least it's the original beautiful colors now, but daggone it. The actual gloss varnish. Well, this stuff I've actually had probably about 16 years now.
Ooh.
We're in 2026, 2009, so 17 years. Good gloss. Think about it, this stuff is actually almost older than my nephew that's in Texas. He's got about 1 year. And I just screwed up and put the wrong freaking brush in there. So this stuff compared to their present stuff, it was more watered down, but it had a better shine to it. What I keep on trying to explain to people is when it comes to doing shiny surfaces, to abuse the different types of coatings. So something that's supposed to be shiny or slimy, just use the glossy. That way it does a natural shine instead. Let's get in those mouths. And that's one done. 15 to go. But at least now that I've got the color right, I can do assembly line blending or assembly line painting. Yeah. Itchy eye. Okay, so base coat white, contrast flush tears red, and then dry brush white over top. I feel like the heck with the base coat red because I did flush tear I did Carisburg Crimson. No, we'll keep the order. We'll keep the order. Paint the cake. I actually had someone ask why the heck it is they all look muscular. I pointed out to them that, okay, well the problem is they literally don't have any fat to them. They're actually just raw muscle, literally. Now this one's going to be fun to actually paint the backside. Because thanks to the entrails, no, I might mess with that. I might change it up. Personally, going on heavy with the paint on that first layer, on that base coat, that's going to help hide the blasted wear lines anyways. My problem with my vision is even without glasses, it notices details it shouldn't, and it drives me nuts. Just dawned on me, I actually haven't had glasses since 2020. I'm 6 years behind on getting those replaced. Whoops. Yeah. Objects look better farther at a distance this way. It's fine. Myself included. Don't need to see this mug up close whenever I wake up. Think about if I actually enlarged these, could do Attack on Titan medals with them. Think about it, I wonder why they never considered Attack on Titan a zombie anime. I mean, I guess it's because of the fact that they're not undead. But they act like undead. Eh. Insomnia brain kicking. I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night. Is it that damn song again? I swear if it's that blasted song again, it's getting the heck off my... Yeah, no. Spotify, you have failed me for the last time. I have heard this song so many times tonight. It's off to Offspring.
Don't get me wrong, I like this song. You know what? I did have one recently. Let's swap it up, huh? I never actually heard. I only heard one song by this band, so let's check out An Vitral. And yes, Latina, I actually listen to your music sometimes. And your suggestions as well sometimes, Kane.
Personally, after looking at some of the details the sculptor did to these, I've been looking forward to this. Because some of the actual muscle detail he did to the backs. That one isn't it. Not it. Literally, some of the muscle details to the back is one of those of, okay, yeah, that. Okay. Now here we go. This one. It's like it's got a freaking face on its back staring back at you. The worst part is, I've actually seen some people with that type of muscle tone. And it's one of those of... That's some anime style muscle going on there. That's Baki? Baki? Yeah, what are you doing in the real world? Okay, we need to set up brushes. That one's not bad. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. There we go. So this is assembly line painting, where once you figure out your color pattern, you start with that on one model and then do the rest of them that way. That's why I was waiting so long to paint these. Because once I got them all done, once I got them all 3D printed, I can just paint them all at the same time. And yes, I'm too cheap to pay for Spotify Premium. Actually, it's not too cheap. It's, in all honesty, the less I give to these multi-million-dollar companies, the more I can give to like 3D sculptors, streamers that really need the help. Artists, yeah, they can get their money from my freaking ad, from me listening to the ads. I'm fine with it. I'm a 1980s baby. I'm used to commercials. Yeah, that one's sand. That one's sand. Although I find it funny because part of that song actually had part of the tune from the He-Man opening theme song in it. But that's what happens when copyrights run out. Kind of surprised I've never heard Latina play this one. Really? Uh, Not bad. It'll stay, but it's kind of more like a Halloween thing. And personally, they could have left the prayer out of the blessed song. To me, that's, yeah, don't put religion of any type in any songs. Stay neutral in that crap. Okay. This is the tedious thing about actually doing assembly line painting. Because it's literally you doing the same thing. In my case, it's actually 15 times.
Huh. No, I just thought about it. That black fading to a white looks kind of cool. I have to keep that in mind. It might be a cool paint scheme for something. Maybe like Wraiths. Okay. Uno momento, back in 5 minutes. Enjoy the music. Don't have any time to actually check on Dad, considering he should be going to bed. Although I find it funny, he crawls his rear end back to go to bed, but he doesn't go to sleep until like 1 in the morning anyways. The man at least gets 3 more hours of sleep than me. Considering the fact that sometimes Rip Van Winkle doesn't wake up until then. But when you're 72 years old to me, you've earned your time. You're retired. You can sleep as late as you want. So, instead, my undead friend, guard them well. Okay. So, be right back. Oh, I need this fridge. Told you it wouldn't be that long. Nope, don't need to see that. Okay, let's put this... an easy height for me now. Oh. Okay, brisk blueberry pomegranate is definitely an eye-opener. That was weird. I normally don't base coat stuff white, but this one, you know, with these zombies, it actually fit. Extra thick. Yeah, because this one I could actually see some of the layer lines too. Especially on the head there. I think this one had to be one of the blessed ones that was a clear resin. Excuse me. Okay, seeing these things as just straight white is kind of wicked in all honesty. And for the record, if you're listening to Tina, yes, I finally broke down and bought Dead by Daylight. I just need to actually give it a shot later at some point. Okay, so yeah, this has a lot of supports that need shaved off. I just realized I messed up with that. Yeah, those I can't leave like that. So, you can actually make a cheap hobby sander just using one of those little rotary toothbrushes that actually has a circular tip, some Velcro pads, and sanding paper. As you can see, once the white stops actually browning out, you actually find it literally just get right off of there. Should probably be wearing a mask when I do this, but I cheat and actually just blow down on it so it blows the resin dust away. And yeah, no. Bad streamer. I know. Bad streamer.
But if I didn't do these now, it would drive me nuts because I wouldn't actually notice them until later. Yeah, this is that clear resin is why. But as you can see, it didn't even take long at all. And that got rid of that. All those spots actually were where there were supports sticking up. It's hard to tell though with that clear resin. But advantage to this resin is it literally paints over easily. See? I'm probably still going to find some more that have support issues like that one. I'm not using that resin anymore. If anything, I've got where I contemplated giving it away. So I'm even getting it into the eyes and nose socket. Because that's going to actually have that same glow technique that I did on the Gestalt later on. It's going to drive me nuts now because I don't know where I put my mini paint palette. And I can just 3D print it on anyways. Just it'd be out of resin instead, but eh. You really had to remix this song. Yeah, we're going to save it like all shenanigans. Yeah, demon back. Okay, noticing that dude has some muscle mass on his skull still compared to the others. It's not going to show up right next to the light from the camera. But I just noticed that. Too much paint stuck on the sides of this brush is driving me nuts. Oh, holy crap, they're all primered. They're all base coated. Okay. So the base coat of white scar is done. We're going to try and get all of these done tonight. So tomorrow I can actually work on the accessories to, yeah, the furniture pieces and stuff. Ah, that's what's going on. Okay. So, remembering how I did it, we need to actually backtrack and do that contrast next. Okay, I need to be able to move my leg around. So contrast, flesh tear is red. And we just actually layered this on, had fun with it. Didn't need to get it onto the skull, but we'll fix that later. So this will get into those muscle sinews pretty good. So personally, even though it's going to just get wiped out anyways, the main reason I'm actually still doing it this thick is number one, I'm going to be able to use it that way before it goes bad, first and foremost. Because I literally don't use these contrast paints at all that often. So yeah, no, get the money's worth. But the actual number one is because the fact of, as bright as that red was and everything, that's what you see in between
the strains of muscle shining out, thanks to dry brushing the white over this next. So use the white as the base, then the contrast red. I feel like we're going to go back over the intestines on this one in purple. Actually, thinking about it, looking, I think the other one doesn't have the intestines shown. No, but at the same time, it's not the stomach that's ripped out on it. It's missing its left rear end, yeah, its left cheek, and left leg. Okay. Don't get me wrong, I like this one, but it's just primarily repeating Psycho. So I just noticed they actually had where they did one male, one female when it came to these scrollers. Okay, yeah, this one's got support issues as well. Not as bad, though. I think I'm just going to actually paint over those. And just have, like, some type of extra blood for the blood gut coming out of those spots, as if they're more or less exit wounds from the front. Maybe they were shot, and with arrows have the arrow tips sticking out, basically. Because I remember a lot of zombie movies actually had where you'd have archers in them using bow and arrows instead of guns. Because you don't hear arrows as often compared to bullets. And when you hear a gunfire, they can actually, depending on the series, they hide by sound. I mean, you've got series where they hunt by sound, you've got series where they hunt by scent. Some of them they just know. But that was just the main horror game I can think of that you actually had that issue was a game called Run Like Hell. The enemies in that just knew where you were at. They could even actually teleport to where you were at. But that was just the reason, one of the reasons to that game. That's why it was called RLH, Run Like Hell. Thinking about it, I wish they'd actually put that on the computer. I haven't actually played that since 2003. And yeah, it's been a long time. It's been 23 years. It's time to break out the old Xbox. That's all there is to it. But crap, I've got to track that game down also, because that was actually an old manager that I worked with that had that. He lent the last thing to me. I don't have it. Yeah, it's an obscure game, so hopefully the price isn't high. Yeah. Might be a niche that I don't need to take. Okay. Sorry. For a second I thought someone was actually hitting the trash cans. Long story short, neighbors don't know this one, but yeah. I may have 7 trash cans on my front porch. But they're for recycling. Yeah, the plastic recycling, meh. Paper, meh. Cardboard, meh. Leave my freaking aluminum recycling alone at least, though. My aluminum and my metal recycling, they could actually not touch. That would be appreciated. Because in all honesty, I'd like to see at least gas money come back from recycling. That's appreciated. Okay, I forgot how much of a pain in the rear assembly line painting miniatures is. But it's handy. Oh, that was the spot. That was the spot. In case any are curious what I just did, long story short, sitting in the chair in the upright position, facing forward, grabbed a hold of the right armrest, turned to the right while keeping the legs in place, then did that with the left. Okay, and you don't need to be showing my legs. No leg cameras. Sorry, didn't realize it was like that. Yeah, it takes a long time doing this. But then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I've got 15 to do. I've only done 5 of them so far with that. This stuff has where I'm not completely keen on it after thinking about it because it's got a glossy look and I'm not completely keen on that, but I don't really like doing glossy all that often unless the surface is supposed to be reflective. Okay, this one can stay. HD. I think this one's the demon back one. I'm going to do a skull on this one side and that red also. Yep, got it. This is the demon back. Ooh, this one's gonna be wicked looking whenever that demon back's painted right. Thinking about it. Oh, now to pull them apart. This works the traps. Actually, the traps, the back. I keep trying to explain to people asymmetric exercises aren't all that bad. Now, mine is I keep getting people telling me not to put the whole strength of the arm against the full strength of the other arm because you can mess up the blood veins, supposedly. But I've done that for decades and... no issues. Actually, I've been doing those since high school like that. I don't know why you do those in public though. People think there's something wrong and you're pissed, and I'm not pissed, I'm bored, I'm just trying to exercise. Oh wait, they haven't done it themselves. Oh, I'd offend people. Actually, I have offended people with that. Think about it. I actually have offended...
Right offhand, 5 different people I can think of, but the one manager deserved it. I mean, when your brand works retail, and you have to call someone from the parking lot the whole freaking way to the back just to lift a box that's 30 pounds. I'm sorry. On top of that, also, it's like those jobs have a team lift policy where you're expected to be able to lift 25 pounds. If it's over 25 pounds, you're supposed to actually get a team member to help you lift something. That thing could weigh 500 pounds and it wouldn't give me people to actually help lift it. And I laughed. Because hallelujah, thanks to having to cut up trees by myself, hey, exercise is a complete and total pain. And you know what? That one's actually staying. It's a rework of another song. I can't remember the original's name though. In case anyone watches the VODs and they're curious, the reason I did that is now I can get the paint from the top of the lid. You can't do that with dropper bottles. Everyone wants to get rid of the dropper bottles though. What do you all got against those? Leave them alone. They work. Yeah. Hmm.
Hmm. Okay, this thing. I love watching this, how it works going into the sinews. Into all the crevices. That looks wicked. Okay, these things. I give them one thing. Ill-Gotten Games, if you ever watch this VOD, you actually do better detail to models than you expect. I mean, personally, I actually love how he's got different muscle tone definitions to these blasted zombie bodies. You've got some that are toned, some that are actually... dude, you need to hit the gym. Flat back. No cake. Dude skips leg days. We got a dad bod belly on this one also. Okay. So these things, after that red dries, what's going to happen is we go back to dry brushing the white back over that mayhem.
Okay. I have to admit, this one's got one of the better poses to me. Okay. And you'll probably have been able to hear her this whole time. Twitch, if you could, my apologies. Yeah, that's Kaiju. She's kind of energetic. We'll put it that way. This one's actually got where it's like she's going for a backswing. About to really tear in with that freaking left claw. Or that left hand. I mean, this is what I was talking about. Now this one's got where a little bit of cake on the booty. But, yeah. That is an iron and wood belly. Question is, what belly? It's just, whoop. There's some apps to them, but yeah, it's, hey, dude. So that's what I mean whenever I said he actually had where he put a variety to it. This one's pose is like a pissed off howling pose to me. I can say this one, the feet have 0 detail on the toes on this one. But that might be because of the fact of this is actually another, and it looks like from the clear resin. Because there's a support right there that's about to get axed because it's driving me nuts that I can see it that badly. And support be gone. That's the advantage of just doing the toothbrush trick I told Oct about. And yeah, no, this toothbrush has never been in my mouth. It's not going to be now. Sorry. So we'll just glob a crap load of it onto there, and hey, you can't even see I just removed the paint. I already know I'm going to have someone at some point saying, hey, if you're globbing the contrast on that thick, why did you even do a white base coat? Because it worked for me. Okay, yeah, this one's another one that was actually off that because... yeah, I'm not using that clear resin anymore. Really? Oh. 2 more to do with this blessed base coating. And personally, I gotta admit, looking at this sucker from a distance, dude looks a little nuts. So in lower light, that glow effect really shines out. I actually like that. And now I gotta put it back to where it was. Time to get more paint back on that lid. Okay, I have to admit, it's... The poses that he does also... Several of these poses are a lot better than sculptors. Some of them that I see that actually charge like a high-end amount. If anything, tomorrow I really need to primer these bases also. But I have to admit, after thinking about it, the worst part is I have some more zombie models off to the side. Because I could have sworn the rules mechanics when it came to spawning the two-headed one, the Gestalt, or the crawlers, you spawn two at a time. Initially, I only printed out one of each pose, but I do actually plan on trying to play test this game. So I have 3 more crawlers. Well,
Okay, excuse me. 6 more crawlers and 4 more gestalts off to the side that I still have to actually primer, paint, and everything else. And why did that wipe? That's weird. Huh. Felt like I had a bug crawling on my neck. That's one of those of, okay, don't tell me there's another spider in this room. I don't want to lose more flesh to a blessed spider bite again. Found a miscellaneous hair stuck in the paint. Jackpot. And no, I don't do that often. Normally I have better luck than that, but not this time. Okay. Oh. So many bodies hit the floor. Quit showing my legs. Whew. Okay, so I can say this one. I'm still pondering about the amount of actual investigator models and the amount of zombies I'm actually going to need for this. I'm only going to be doing it solo, because this is actually able to be played solo, co-op, or competitive. Basically, someone controls the zombies while you actually are trying to fight them off. . Yeah, I think I need to do it first without the Gestalt and the Crawler Zombies, because those are actually our expansion models. And then try like a second mission with them. But we'll figure that one out whenever that time comes, because in all honesty, that's one of those of, hey, what the heck? And speaking of what the heck, it's actually been 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, that I didn't expect. That one's one of those of... I really didn't think I'd been on that long. I really, really, really didn't think I'd been on that long. So, to anyone that stuck around this whole time, appreciate it on this one, because in all honesty, yeah, no, at least I'm not talking to the screen by myself. So I'm going to do something different for my own sake of my memory. So for the skin to this sucker, we started out a base coat of White Scar, then bounced to contrast Flesh Terror's Red, dry brush of White Scar, did a wash of Carberg Crimson, to get what we got with that. The blood is just Blood for the Blood God technical. The skull, we did a base coat of Morghast Bone, followed by a wash of Agrex Earthshade, and then went back to a dry brush of Morghast Bone again. For the glow in the eyes, we did White Scar, then Hexray Flame. Then for the base, we actually just did Ushabti Bone, a dry brush of, or not a dry brush of, but a wash of Agrex Earthshade, and then a dry brush of Ushabti Bone. Then we used anti-shine varnish on the bulk of the model, and glossy varnish on the blood and on the eyes. And let's see if I can actually fit that on one clip. That is going to be the real challenge here. Okay, and I need to pause the music so I can actually hear this. Yeah, can't do it. I call it shenanigans. It was worth a shot. Yeah, no, it takes too long. Oh, it was worth trying. Oh, anyone who watches this VOD, maybe actually pick up something new. Anyone that's still watching, thank you for actually hanging along. Thanks, Kane. Latina, if you rewatch this later, thanks for the raid. It was good seeing you and the others on here pop in. And you all have a good one. If anything, if not, try and be good to yourselves because the world won't.